In the clown show of the market where the trading candles glow, we gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, preacher, pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands, with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We oneness of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.
Excuse me. Good morning, Andrew. Donkey Kong. Everyone. There's some antelope or something visiting the water hole there, but the camera's too far away to make out what they are. A good frame of mind, GrayLeaf. Body's a little sore still, but I'm healing up quickly. Big dig starts tomorrow. I still have a few things to move. We've got about 5 or 6 concrete planter pots that have to be relocated. While I do that, Mrs. Pirate is going to busy herself with moving all of her outdoor furniture. And short of cleaning up some tools that are scattered about, I think we're ready for excavation. Yeah, I think you already got the boot, Break Nation. For good or bad, Preacher got sideways yesterday when he was commenting about, I guess he said something to the effect of, why is Adam Aaron bankrupting the company? And I wasn't at the keyboard when it happened, but Preacher about it, and he said that that's how it went down. Yeah. Oh, yes, Preacher. I was curious. I was just curious. I said, hey, Daniel Monson's been here every day for about a year. He's been pretty solid. The Preacher told me that I didn't get full picture, that apparently I missed something. So like I said, I got to stay in my lane. Preacher's a mod, and it's none of my business what he does. You got to be careful, Break Nation, with the old playing the role business. You might do well to add a LOL or some laughing emojis behind it, because a lot of people can't tell, and unfortunately, sarcasm doesn't translate through the screen very well. But yeah, I don't have a problem particularly with people who have a issue with some of what Adam Aaron does. I don't like it when people accuse Adam Aaron of trying to drive us into bankruptcy, because it's silly. If he was going to run us into bankruptcy, he could have done it during COVID, and nobody could have raised an eyebrow. But it doesn't make sense that when he had the perfect opportunity to file bankruptcy for the company, wipe out all the debt, destroy all the stock, and start the company fresh again. If he was going to do it, he could have done it during COVID, and nobody would have raised an eyebrow. In fact, you can make an argument it would have been the smart thing to do for the company, but he didn't. So just so you know, Break Nation, when you type all that stuff in and you don't put a laughing emoji by it or a smiley face or something, to a new listener or somebody who's not here, they'll take that as that's what your opinion is. So again, you know, when you're going about, I mean, making an effort to be funny, you might serve yourself well to put some sort of a emoji on there or whatever, so that it allows people who don't hang out with us every day, all day, to understand what's going on. Otherwise, you sound just like another one. You're not exactly well known, is what I'm getting at. But it's a free world. You can type in anything you want until one of the mods gets pissed off or misunderstands, and then shit goes sideways. Sandy, he just farted on me. Diesel, that was nasty. Asian Bluetooth says the SSR is $2.94. For anybody who's curious. Excuse me. I gotta change that flat tire out. Maybe I should air up the tire that's got the nails in it and make the last trip to the dump and then put the brand new tire on for when I haul dirt. Otherwise, I'll just go up there and get a nail on the first trip. Oh, there's a giraffe watering hole. That's cool. Oh, another giraffe. Water hole is popular this morning. Folks, I have to go move a couple flower pots while I have some energy, an energy spike this morning, so I'll be back as soon as I can. See you in a little bit.
Good morning. Yeah, that'll be interesting, GrayLeaf. So I'm a little tired. I saw a late showing of Paddington last night. It was really good. I laughed my butt off. Lots of silly humor for everybody. Tech, yeah. Seeing Paddington, you're missing out. It's kind of an underappreciated movie. I think it could have done better numbers if people gave it a shot. Also, my friend, I saw a movie without my friend, Za 2, I think. I forgot the name of it. That's a really cool one that's kind of underappreciated. I'm biased. I lean towards the fantasy and family kind of friendly, movies. Like sci-fi, so be like Casey's the horror, and what else would he like? He likes the some of the action. Yeah, I like action. There's the action too. I guess sci-fi is like the oh, it works, Twisty. What I'm saying is, I've tried to do this, but your schedule doesn't always work. But if you can see it opening weekend, it's best to see it opening weekend, because then the bigger the number is, the more the news reports on it, and the more other people get to show interest in seeing it. So if you think it's a good trailer and you think it's a good movie to see, try to see it opening weekend if you care about your investment, because then other people are more likely to say, oh, look, opening weekend was good. It must be a good movie. But opening weekend's not good. People are like, oh, maybe it's not good. Even if they, whatever. Yeah, some people are very wishy-washy, or I guess influenceable. Yeah, I can't think of it. They're very easily influenced by public opinion. I try not to be, so I try to be a rebel, but it's not. It doesn't always pay to be a rebel. Well, if you like less crowded theaters, there are times on opening weekend where they are less crowded. So that's your option. there are times that are less, like on Saturday mornings or Sunday mornings, even like, you know, Friday mornings and Thursday, whatever. So or if you're like seeing it later at night. Thanks, Dana. I did say some stuff on X today that some people might not like, just in the sense that I'm trying to say that I'm bracing for, you know, some kind of a vote from March to September. I'm going to keep buying every month. I'm going to keep seeing the movies every month. I don't like what's probably going to happen in the short term, but I'm going to embrace the pain and wait for the gain in the future, you know? So even, you know, I'm a optimist, but I also like to tether myself. And so just don't want to put false expectations that there's not going to be a vote in the next 6 months. But I'm going to say to the shorts, I'm going to keep buying pressure up. I'm going to buy every month. I'm going to go to the movies every month. And when we get a vote on raising more capital, I'm going to vote for that too. And I'm not leaving. So I'm 100% dedicated to my cause. You know, some people have more of a diversified portfolio, and maybe they're smarter than me in that regard. But I decide I'm all in on AMC, and so I'll be the oddball, and you can come along for the ride. Oh, sniffling. I'm not sure if it picks it up. You can let me know in the chat. I'll try muting myself if that's the case.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
Is the channel up?
Yeah, GrayLeaf.
Oh, I was wondering. I went over to all of them and I didn't see anything.
GrayLeaf612.
I know.
6125.
I just hang out on the Discord anyway.
Okay.
Well, I saw late last night, apparently BDO did sign off on SMCI. Even Jeff,
Not sure if Pirate's here.
Jeff Dara was like, I don't even know how they did it.
I just got back.
Oh, the auditor?
Yeah, the auditor.
Them concrete planter pots kicking my ass.
What are you making? Well, a concrete planter.
I'm making them. I'm moving them for the swimming pool construction.
Oh, yeah, those things are heavy.
Yeah, they're like 300 pounds. Moving with a refrigerator dolly, but it's a motherfucker.
I just wanted to have a refrigerator dolly, but with like an extended bottom, just to move stuff like planters. So when you put the straps on, it's not a balancing act.
They make them. If you go to a nursery or a nursery supply store, they can order. They got one that has little fingers on it that sticks out that picks up planter pots.
Yeah, that would be just so handy, even if you use it once a year.
Yeah.
I got some citrus trees I lost. I did that covering on them, and of course it didn't do shit except let them die.
Some of these are so big, I had to shovel like half the dirt out of them. One so big, I had to shovel all the dirt out of it. And if with no dirt in it, I could still barely move it. I kind of give up on them because unless you tie them into your sprinkler system with some sort of drip irrigation or a little bubbler, all they are is a fucking job. Because whatever you plant in them, you got to water them at least every other day in Florida. 3 times a week.
The
so
water
you plant
goes
a
right
bunch
through
of that shit, and it looks beautiful, but you're chained to it like a slave all summer. And then in my house, nobody sees them but me and Mrs. Pirate. So I'm like, fuck this, fuck these planter pots.
What kind of trees are in them?
I'm gonna sell some of them. I had palm trees in them, but they froze and died.
Oh, that sucks.
Yep. Big palms, like 10, 12 foot tall.
Yeah.
Real elegant. They look good around the pool. And I had about 5 that had small palms in it. They were like triples. Each one had 3 stalks, and it looked real elegant. They lasted for about 4 or 5 years, but we finally got 2 freezes in a row, and it fucking killed them dead as a hammer. They're coming to start the excavation for the pool tomorrow, so I got a full schedule today. Moving the rest of this shit.
I'm on my way to get a sleep study.
They did mine. They just mailed us this shit from UPS. All I had was some sort of a little device they put on your pointer finger. I guess it tracks your breathing, your pulse ox, and all that. And then more importantly, the motion, how often you move.
You didn't have to put anything on your head?
No.
Well, if this place if this place is far away, I might do the same thing. I got both in the mail. I'm going to see a doctor right now and see what their facility looks like. And the other one they sent me, they said, hey, we'll send it to you in the mail. I didn't realize it was just a finger thing.
Yep. Well, I flat out told them, I said, you strap something on my face, I'm not going to sleep all night because I can't fall asleep with something with a fucking gas mask on my head.
Yeah.
You know, and they're like, nope, doesn't work like that.
Were you doing that for your disability, Pirate?
Yeah, they were reviewing a lot of the stuff.
Do you remember what percentage you got for that?
They denied all of mine. They told me yeah, no shit. Well, what it was, here's the way it works with the VA. You go in, and I have some real issues. I mean, I've had 10% since the war because I got busted up pretty good, but on my feet, my legs, it doesn't matter. The point is, I've had 10% disability forever. Big fucking deal. It's $80 a month. You know, buy you a box of cigars. But one of my friends he's like, look, dude, you know, you should go do this. You're entitled to this. There's no shame in it. I'm like, nah, man, I got too many friends with no legs. They're the ones who need the money. You know, like they finally talked me into it. So I went down there, and a lot of it for me was PTSD, nightmares, and some other shit. Make a long story short, they made me go see the shrink, and they're like, yeah, you're kind of fucked up. And then they made me see 3 or 4 doctor's appointments. You had to go to outside doctors. Everybody's getting paid. All these fucking people are all involved in this. It's all a giant money grift for all these people that work for the VA. They're not interested in seeing any of the money actually get to the veteran. After it's all said, I had 4 or 5 of them tell me, yeah, you should be 80% disabled, 100% disabled. I'm like, whatever. They turned all that shit in, and then the VA denies it. Well, the way it works is they deny it because then they want you to appeal it and go to another board. All these people are getting paid, see? They want you, it turns into a lifestyle. You live at the VA, you got all these fucking appointments, you meet with all these jerk-offs, you know, who want you to, you know, and then, like Mrs. Pirate said, it's a fight. And for me, you know, well, it doesn't matter. And I just got a belly full of it. I said, fuck this. It's too anxiety ridden. It consumed my life. And Mrs. Pirate said, that's exactly what they want to do. They want to frighten you off. And it worked for me. I was like, fuck you. You stick your fucking disability up your ass. I don't need it.
Yeah, I'll play the game if I can get in-state tuition for Hayden.
Well, that was what I thought. You know, they're like, for me, a big part of it was PTSD. Look, man, we took 10 gunships to the Middle East. We brought 9 back. You do the math, you know, and they're all, you know, what do you have nightmares about? What troubles you, you know, and it's not more than just nightmares. It's kind of fucked my personality up a little bit because you know, it doesn't matter. I don't want to sit here and bare my soul about my personal health issues. My point is, it's all a fucking con. Now, meanwhile, I know guys who never left the United States, but supposedly they pulled a muscle in their back while they were carrying a case of Coca-Cola through the chow hall, and they're on 100% disability. And
yeah,
I'm like,
that's what I've noticed too.
I don't fucking get it. See, I got one of my legs got crushed real bad, and they put stainless steel pins in my feet and my legs, and I got fucked up pretty good. It wasn't a combat injury, but it was service related. But the point is, they were like, when I came back, they're like, when I got out, they reviewed my medical records. They're like, yeah, you got fucked up pretty good in Desert Storm. You're entitled to, you know, at least 10%. I'm like, I don't want anything. We lost an airplane full of guys. Those motherfuckers are dead. I'm alive. I don't need any of this shit. It's embarrassing to me. But then they're like, it doesn't matter. You're getting 10%. So since I walked out the door, I got like $80 a month for the rest of my life. Whatever, you know. I had Mrs. Pirate buy an insurance policy with it on me for the rest of my life. So if I died, my family would get $1 million. And that was just, fuck it, you know. But what really torqued my ass was, you know, they're like, you need to come in for a review. I had trouble walking, and the scar tissue was giving me issues. and I needed some medicine for the pain in my legs. So when I went to get that free medicine from the doctor, they were the ones that was like, well, we need to review you for some of these other problems you're having, because they do a thing about, the PTSD. So anyhow, I went through the whole process, and all of them were like, this is, well, I'll give you another one. I got a fucking real bad hole in my sinus cavities, and it's not cancerous, but they claim that it is because of the burn pit shit that we were exposed to over there, burning our trash and all this stuff. Well, they passed this funding saying that the veterans were, that alone was going to allow you to have, it had to do with sleep apnea and all sorts of stuff. But it's not just it has a real physical issue. Like there's like a giant rotten spot inside my fucking sinus cavities. So they give you all kinds of medicine to try to help keep, mitigate it and all that. And they're like, yeah, this is a claim as well. You wouldn't have had this if you wouldn't have been breathing all that shit. So you're entitled to, that alone was supposed to be a 50% rating. And they're like, yeah, you're going to get this one for sure. So they, all along this whole process, they're telling me all this shit was, no problems. In the end, you're going to get compensated for this. And I'm like, that's fine. I don't feel comfortable with it, but hey, listen, if I'm entitled to it, fine. And then when it was all said and done, they were just like, yeah, no. But then everybody's like, well, this is how it works. We always deny everybody. And then we expect you to come back and then you ask for a review. And then on your second, third, or fourth try, we'll get you squared away. And I'm like, yeah, well, fuck off. I'm done with all of you. And Mrs. Pirate said, that's what they want. They want. They sent me to an eye, ear, nose, and throat specialist. Looked up inside my fucking nose with borescopes and all that shit. And they're like, yeah, the inside of your fucking nose is rotting away pretty good, and not my nose, up in my sinus cavity. And they're like, what they're doing is they're doing all this research. They're finding out that all of us who breathed all that shit have there's certain physical problems that we have that can't be explained any other way. I mean, after a while, the numbers speak for themselves. You got all these guys coming in. For me, it was consistent nosebleeds. I don't want to be this guy to spend our whole time talking about my health shit. But anyhow, when I was farming, I would have a nosebleed a day. I'd be on a tractor and I'd be riding around. Mrs. Pirate would look at me and I'd just have blood running down my chest. And it was just like if somebody punched you in the nose. And it was because all of the shit in my sinuses had been eroded from those chemicals. And then those blood vessels would consistently rupture. Well, it would rupture and then scab over and then fall out, rupture, scab over and fall out. And it culminated in just a big fucking hole up inside of my skull. It's still there to this day. So, it was just like, so I went in, I'm like, can you do something to stop these fucking daily nosebleeds and the headaches that come with them and all that shit? So they tied the whole thing, into it. They're like, yeah, you're not alone. We've got hundreds of guys just like you. I'm like, am I the only dude that's coming in here for this? And they're like, fuck no. We're trying to hook you guys up. But in the end, it was all for fucking nothing. And I just lost my patience with it. I should have probably, like I said, I could have probably got, I don't know, $800 or $900, $1,000, $2,000 a month for the rest of my life if I'd have played their fucking games. But after a while, it just started to where it was too anxiety ridden for me. So I wish you all the luck. Yeah, I think he got a phone call. He clocked out. I'll tell him when he comes back. Yeah. Yeah, Donkey Kong, I literally have a hole in my head. Buy and Hold says he has 0% rating. He's got buddies who were never in combat on 100%. I get it, Buy and Hold. That's the shit that just makes me want to lose my fucking mind. That's the kind of shit that makes me want to absolutely go fucking postal. And I know him, man. I know some guys. I got one guy that's, I ain't gonna lie, he's kind of a friend. And he gamed the system. He worked it perfectly. where the fucking guy, not only that, the fucking guy's got a job. He's back working at the fucking military base drawing a paycheck, and he gets 100% disability. That's what I said. The fraud, waste, and abuse isn't just limited to the civilian world. There's a lot of it in the military too. You know. Meanwhile, the guys that had real fucking service-connected injuries were downrange in harm's way and ended up, you know, getting fucked up. And a lot of it is ways that they got fucked up that aren't necessarily like a bullet wound. It'll make you fucking hot under the collar. You know, I achieved a level of financial success in my life that it doesn't matter, but it still fucking pisses you off. Oh, a guy on a wager on here, Sandy said he had an appeal. It took him 7 years. Exactly, wager. And that's my wife's point. She's like, if it takes you 7 years and then they prorate it, they go back and give you the back pay and all that. For me, the money wasn't worth the anxiety. See, here's the thing. I wrestled with, I mean, I had suicidal ideations. I mean, I was fucked up as a football bat for a long time. And going down to the VA and reliving all that shit where they want you to they're like, sit down and tell us your story. And I'm like, this doesn't help me. You're pushing me right back to the edge of the abyss, motherfuckers. And it's like, that was their whole thing was, well, you know, once we go through all of this and then you do it, you know, they'll sign you like for the PTSD, they make you see a shrink and therapist and all that shit. And I did that stuff for a while. And every single fucking time I come out feeling worse than I went in. So it's like they're torturing the veteran for him to get the compensation that he's otherwise entitled to. They ask you shit like, well, tell us what happened. What do you think was one of the things that impacted you the most? I'm like, I don't know. 10 planes go, 9 planes come back. You can figure that shit out. I mean, it's not, you don't have to be a goddamn psychologist. So, you know, in the end, you know, they're like, well, I don't know. It's just one of those things where after a while, that what they do is they make you feel like you're some sort of a fucking beggar. Like you're down there on your hands and knees sucking cock for a few dollars. And I got too much pride for that shit. I told him from the beginning, if you think I'm entitled to this, if you think the reason I'm fucked up is because of the war, then put the money in my account. If not, then fucking leave me alone. You know. But Mrs. Pirate was quick to remind me. She's like, everybody tells you that there's a way you play the game. You know, they're like, and let's be clear about this. I didn't just stumble into the VA one day and say, look, I got headaches, cut me a check. I've been using the VA for their medical care literally since the day I came back from the fucking war. And all I asked them to do was take care of the shit you fucked up. My, you know, the physical parts of my body that got fucked up, but because of that. And that's all I asked for, you know. But it doesn't matter though. I'll tell you what I did see. You walk into the VA, there's 100 people walking around. There's secretaries and greeters, and there's fucking people with clipboards, all of them walking around. There's lots of people with lab coats and all that shit. You know, and I'm like, I see what's going on here. There's a whole bunch of paychecks. So most of that money is all going to people who want to work at the VA. It's not going towards veterans care. It's going towards a whole bunch of, I saw a guy walking around hanging decorations on the wall, and he would go all the way to the end of the VA building. He would hang up a picture, like a little, I don't know, motivational picture of an airplane or something. And then he would take his little cart and his little screwdriver, and he'd walk all the way back to the other end of maintenance or wherever he was going. And he'd be gone for about 15 minutes. And then he'd come all the way back, and he'd have a tiny little picture of a tank, and he'd hang that one on the wall. I watched this motherfucker for 3 hours. Yep. Yeah, I get it. But anyhow, that was my whole point was I'm like, I see what's going on here. There's a whole bunch of people here who have a job where they show up and do little of nothing. And that's where all the VA money is going to. I got you, Tom. He says, check my DMs. My friend Tom Sandy, he's another military military veteran, combat vet. He sent me a message. He said, I will, I'm going to put myself on mute so I can read this to my wife.
Well, you just
I'm unmuted again. So
still muted.
no, I'm not. I'm unmuted. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that, man. I'll look into it. That's what led me to all of this, Tom. I went to the Pensacola Naval Air Station when my son was in ROTC. They were having a drill competition. They wouldn't let me on the base without getting a visitor's pass. And I had a veteran's, my VA card I had with me. When I went into the visitor center to get a pass, it was an old timer like us, and the guy was working there. And he's like, you don't need a visitor's pass, dude. You're a disabled veteran. This is home for you. And I'm like, I appreciate it, brother, but the dumbass at the front gate said I needed a pass. And he's like, by the way, when's the last time you've been to the VA to see about what you're entitled to? And I go, I don't know, fucking years, man. And the dude brought me to tears. He's like, dude, you need to go back over there. So anyhow, you know, it's another brother looking out for me. So that's what led me down this path to begin with, about checking out what was I could be entitled to and what I couldn't have. What troubled me the most was I would go to these appointments and they were never ending. They send you all over Hell's Half Acre, these little private contractors. They'd be in a strip mall running some sort of a fucking medical center. And I know these cocksuckers were all getting $1,000 to talk to me for 5 minutes. You would go in and I would go through everything, whether it was the psychological issues or whether it was physical, like they'd send you to an ear, nose, and throat guy. The ear, nose, and throat guy would be like, yeah, your sinuses are fucking destroyed, dude. So you qualify for the burn pit money. I'm like, okay, you know. And then all the way through the line, they're like, yeah, no problems, no problems, no problems. And then you get to the very end and they're like, yeah, denied. And then they're like, but you can go to a review board. I'm like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to keep fucking with you people. I don't want to get in my car and have a fucking appointment. It's like being back in uniform again. You know, you got to drive down there, sit in a waiting room, wait for some fucking asshat to fucking ask you a bunch of questions that you've already been asked for 50 fucking times. And the whole thing just drove me fucking batshit crazy.
Hey, Bart.
Yeah, man.
So that information I sent you, Steve fought for me. I've been fighting the VA for 25 years. And the first thing out of my mouth when I went to the psych one, the guy asked me, and as soon as he puts his eyeballs on you, that's when your exam starts. And he says to me, he's like, so how's it going today? And everybody who failed said, okay, or I'm fine, or I guess okay, or whatever. They failed because that's when the exam started. And
Right.
And I found out that you tell them, something other than that,
Yeah.
like.
Listen, I told them all that. I sat down and they had asked me. They sent me to a psychologist. The wife went with me. They let my wife, Mrs. Pirate, go and sit next to me. So I felt, a little more comfortable. And I'm just like, they're asking you to relive some of the worst moments of your life. They want you to share it all with them. And I shit you not, Tom, it felt like an interrogation. I'm like, this is a goddamn interrogation. This isn't, and I'm like, and then when it's all over with, but in the end.
And where do you go? And I asked him, I said, after he's got you all jammed up, I said, and he tells you there's nobody to talk to after this exam. I'm like, so what the hell am I supposed to do? You got me all jammed up now.
Yeah. I told him point blank, I'm like, you ask me how I'm doing right now. I'm okay. Ask me how many times I've had my pistol in my mouth in the last fucking 20 years. You know?
Yep. So this is what
would you like to know what the number count is on that? You know, and then they just fucking look at you, and I'm just like, I just don't want to be here. You know, and it's like in the end. So, and I get it, man. I get it that there's a whole bunch of people who just want to game the system. It's like welfare or anything else. They want to have something they're not entitled to. And I'm not that dude. But then when they tell me that, like, even if you set aside the fact that I probably lost my goddamn mind long ago over this shit, the physical things are the ones that are indisputable. You know, I didn't have a fucking rotten hole in my fucking head before I went there, and now I have one. You know, I didn't have steel rods and all that shit. I didn't have trouble walking before. So all of that shit to me seems to be self-evident. But at any rate, it just fucking, I just had enough of it. And for me, like I said, I just wanted to go on with my fucking life. And it's bad because my wife and kids could benefit from it even long after I'm gone.
Sure.
You know,
So hear me out real quick. The conversation we're having right now is the same conversation I had with that commander, my best friend I told you about. We had the same conversation in November 2023. And he's like, man, if you don't do one thing for me in this world ever again, you contact this lady. And I said, man, there's no use. And I went down the same road that you did, man. And he's like, call her, send her an email. And I said, okay. And 9 months later, man, she did in 9 months what took 25 years. I'm telling you.
They sent me to see a lady. Mrs. Pirate drove me. And I shit you not, Tom. I shook uncontrollably. I had a fucking anxiety attack. I shook uncontrollably all the way to the appointment. And then I had projectile vomiting. She had to pull the car over and I puked. Because it fucking, just the idea of going there and being, and knowing what I was getting ready to do, it physically wrecked me. And I go, this ain't worth it for fucking $100 a month. I'm like, I'm fucking, it's just not worth it, you know?
We all know what a leading question is, right?
Yep.
And we all know how to answer a good leading question, right?
Yep.
That's all I'm gonna say is that's how easy it is.
I get
over
it.
This, but we'll talk later on when just you and I about this a little bit more.
Fine, dude. Yeah, I don't want to bore everybody with this shit. It got out of control as I cared more than I wanted to anyhow. So.
I know, me too. But rest assured, you're not alone, and you're not alone. I'm telling you. All right, and if you're not,
it's all good, man. It's all good.
It's for my kid. I went through this for my kid, and same thing for you, man. You're doing it for your wife, and you're doing it for your kids. It's not about us anymore. It's about us taking care of our own, and we'll do whatever the hell we have to. So you're not alone, and you're not going to be alone. So it's all good. We'll get a hold of each other.
Yeah, man. We'll change the subject here. Some more fun.
What's going on?
Hey, Rex.
Howdy, howdy.
Those giraffes are nothing short of magnificent, though. With that sunset in the background and that watering hole, that's really beautiful.
So, Kyron, how heavy were those planters?
I'd say right around 300 pounds.
That's I'm seeing that.
Yeah, they're waist high. They're bigger than a 55-gallon drum. Most people knows what a 55-gallon drum is. They're bigger around than that diameter, but they're like 3 inches thick, the wall, and it's all poured concrete. And then they all have like I don't know, at least 100, 120 pounds of dirt in them. I got the big ones done. I went out after I got my little coffee. A caffeine hit, and I moved the monster ones. All I've got now are some of the smaller ones. They're just a couple of repetitive trips. So I got light at the end of the tunnel.
Got a question for you, Pirate. You're facing the ocean. Which side are you facing? Are you facing like the side that the USS
I'm in the Florida Panhandle. So
okay.
When you look out of my house, you look due south at the Gulf of Mexico. Actually, I look at the Sound. There's an island. There's a barrier island between me and the Gulf of Mexico. A little tiny strip of land. So we have what's called the Sound. It's a couple thousand yards wide.
Okay.
And then you're not going to acknowledge.
There's a strip of white sand. I don't know. It's not more than a couple 100 feet wide. And then the Gulf of Mexico has the waves breaking on the beach right there.
Okay. So I was tracking the USS America being towed up from northeast over here to the Gulf to be destroyed. And I was wondering if you get a view of it when it goes by.
Where are they going to sink it at?
I think they're going to make a reef of it, but I think it's going to be like the Panhandle, the Gulf side of Florida somewhere.
Yeah, they put the Oriskany, which was an old flat top aircraft carrier. They sunk that off the coast of Pensacola here. That's a spear diving location or destination and a fishing reef. So yeah.
Well, I think it's going to go to like Mobile, Alabama, or someplace to finish.
If that's the case, it'll come right by my house. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
What was the name of it? The USS America?
I believe so. It's the old passenger ship. Holds the record for the fastest across the Atlantic or something.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah. It's nice to see. I saw the USS Texas battleship go by when they were sending it to dry dock, and 10,000 other people gathered down and watched it go by. It was actually pretty cool. So I was, kind of similar to that. I was wondering. Something to track. The captain of the tugboat that's towing the America put a bunch of pictures out yesterday. I saw, and they're pretty cool looking pictures.
Yeah, when they sunk the Oriskany, it was a big event. Everybody had a boat, went out and watched, and they had a demolition team put all sorts of shape charges on it so that they wanted it to come to rest on the bottom in a manner that made it a good dive destination. They didn't want it upside down where all you saw was the hull sticking up. So there were some professionals working on it, and it went flawlessly, man. Those charges exploded, and then she started taking on water, and then once it went down, it did exactly what they said it would. I think it was stern first, and then the bow kind of leveled off, and then it settled on the bottom almost perfectly. The biggest part of all that is it's incredibly expensive, is because they jump through crazy hoops with environmental shit. They got to drain all the oil out of the engines. And then that's just the beginning. They got to pressure wash all the engine rooms. They want to pressure wash everything. They want to try to descale it and get all the loose paint off, which is stupid. I mean, I get it. You wouldn't want to sink a boat with 10,000 gallons of fuel and oil on it. But it seems to me like they did some really crazy shit. It cost a ton of money to get that boat ready just to sink. But they did it.
Yeah, I always find it kind of sad when they sink the old ship like that, but I understand why. They're huge cost to maintain, and the the
I'd rather
museum.
see them do that. I'd rather see them do that than turn it into scrap metal, recycle it, because especially in this part of Florida, the Florida Panhandle, we have no reefs. I don't know if people know that or not, but it's a sand bottom. It's like a desert. There's nothing out here until you get out about 30 miles to where they call the cliff to edge, where it falls off to deeper water. But from the coastline out for miles, it's nothing but it's like a desert. So there's really, unless you have a sunken ship. There used to be one spot we called the tanks. They took some World War II era tanks. There were 7 of them, took them out there and splashed them. And those were fish attractors where you have a place where little fish could hide. And of course, then the big fish come to feed. But after they disappeared after a hurricane, you wouldn't think you could disappear a tank, but they shifted the sand enough on the bottom that those disappeared. But yeah, anytime you can create some sort of an artificial reef where eventually it gets overgrown with all the the sea life, it's a good thing.
Yeah, it's a much better fate than sitting as a museum someplace and not getting anything and being neglected.
Yeah, we're just sitting in a scrap yard being cut up for scrap sheet metal.
We have a place here in Maryland called Mallows Bay, and it's a ship graveyard for all the World War I ships. And if you go out there kayaking, you can kind of see them in the water, all the wooden structures.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have caught my breath. I'm going to go out and drag a few more hunks of concrete. I'll be back in probably 10 or 15 minutes. I'll see you in a little bit.
Job up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Wrote the dope song, oh ho ho. Jerry was so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? STD, touchdown, had to let you go. Pull the levers with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you've got no game. When
Whew. Kicking my ass. I got them all done though. All we got left is some lightweight furniture. I think I have won this war. Mrs. Pirate did a quick search. She said that's that ship that they were talking about. They're sinking that off of Destin here, 20 miles south of the Destin Pass. So they called it the USS United States or something.
Yeah, I put a link in the chat. There's a tracking in there and the whole big story about it out of someplace out of Florida.
It won't pass my house. It's they're not coming far enough. That's east of me. It sucks that they're putting it 20 miles offshore though, because that really makes it to where you almost got to have a bigger boat to get out there and fish. So it looks like they're hooking up the commercial charter guys with the big boats. I would rather see them put that thing about 10 miles offshore so that some of the Googans can have a shot at it. That's right, Andrew. Another right-handed glove. It's reaching the end of its life. I can burn through them.
Oh my God.
Just hit him. Hit him right in the ass. He'll move. Yeah, I cleaned my truck out the other day, Andrew. I got on a truck maintenance kick. When I put the new alternator on it, I kind of got a little ball of energy. I thought, I'm going to go ahead and clean old Red out. And I found a brand new right-handed leather glove under the seat. I guess it just got kicked under there and got buried pretty deep. And it was like I found a treasure, man, because I've got, a double handful of lefts that are practically brand new. And so it was like I won the lottery, man. Oh, thanks, Frog. It's all good, man. I appreciate the kind words. Thank you, sir. Yep, I've been blessed, man. My life has been a wonderful adventure. Couldn't ask for any more. Mrs. Pirate said if AMC squeezes, you threw that in from the kitchen. Yep. Yeah, we can do that for her. I'm gonna bring some garbage cans back on my next trip so I can start loading. I'd love one. That'd be fine. Whatever's handy there. Both roast beef and salami, it doesn't matter. I won't complain, whatever you make. I got into yet another Twitter fight, X, so I guess you're supposed to call it X fight. Some of the morons on there telling people not to invest in real estate, that it's a bad deal. I don't know why. I'm sure I'm getting trolled. I get sucked into that stupid shit like clickbait, I guess, but I can't help myself. The first thing they do is they start in with this whole thing about how the interest rates are too high. I'm like, who said you have to borrow money to buy real estate? You know, they automatically assume that everybody who has a rental property did it with borrowed money. I'm like, so you start off with these assumptions, and then you use them as the foundation for your argument that it's a poor investment. I'm like, you wouldn't go borrow money from the bank to invest in Bitcoin. And that's what these guys are doing. They're running around telling everybody, you shouldn't fool around with real estate. You should invest in Bitcoin. And then the first thing they say is, the interest is too high to borrow money to buy a house. I'm like, well, are you borrowing money to buy Bitcoin? I mean, it's fucking ignorant. I'm like, did it ever occur to you that maybe you should just save your money and pay cash for a piece of real estate? So again, you know, it's people who like to run their mouths, and they put themselves forward as some sort of fucking financial guru. More people that are 28 years old and don't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out, trying to tell other people how to invest their money. It drives me up a fucking wall. Then it's always the next one that they make is, well, you bought your property back when it was cheap. I've been hearing that shit for my entire life. It's always the same. You got it back when it was cheap. And then 20 years from now, you're going to look back and say, yeah, in 2025, real estate was cheap. I get it. It ebbs and flows just like a stock. You know, it gets expensive and it gets a little cheaper and expensive over, you know, it does push up and down. But overall, over the long term, it goes up and to the right. And I don't know what you got. I don't know how much evidence you have to give somebody to prove that to them. But these fucking morons, man, they just dig their heels in and want to argue with you. And then I realize I'm just wasting my fucking breath with these dumbasses. Ask people, you know, what they paid for real estate in the late 50s and 60s in Florida, and it'll take your breath away. But what people don't realize was that was a lot of money in the 50s and 60s. And then I had friends who bought property in the 70s. They're like, well, one friend bought some property and told me what he paid for it. I'm like, man, why didn't you buy everything on the street? And he was like, dude, that was a lot of money to me back. It's all relative. They act like that the prices were cheaper back then, but everybody's wages are the same as they are today. And it's just like, and I know there's a whole bunch of people that say, well, the prices have rose faster than wages have. Well, that happens from time to time. That's inflation, you know. But in the end, it shouldn't prevent you from doing the right thing. Yep. I spent some time doing what I see as fighting the good fight. I try to counter their arguments. I don't operate under the illusions that I'm going to have any impact on them. These dumbasses, some people are just too fucking stupid to ever learn. But my hope is that somebody else who's reading their dumb shit will read my rebuttal, and it'll give them something else to think about. I think a lot of people confuse investing with get rich quick. See, most people aren't looking to invest their money. What people are looking for is the easy button. I've said this many times. It's the generation of the cheat code, the hack, the easy button, the fast pass, skip to the head of the line. Instead of dedicating years of their life towards building something substantial, they're looking for the old fucking instant gratification. And then real life, nothing beats time. They say time in the market, real estate's the same way. Time in real estate, you know, it's a long, protracted process, but if you play by the rules, your family benefits from it. And if you do it properly, each generation will be better than the last. But that's not what people are looking for. All these fucking twits on the internet, they're looking for the old buy for $100 and cash out for 10 grand. That's what and that's not investing. That's not even fucking remotely investing. Meanwhile, these stupid motherfuckers cash their check and go pay their landlord rent and tell everybody they're a fucking investing genius. We get him though, don't we, Diesel? Diesel hasn't been by my side all morning. He abandoned his post. Mr. Pirate just brings me a fine roast beef sandwich with some chips, and suddenly he's my best friend again. I think my dog's a Democrat. I don't know if you guys ever heard that song. There's a song on YouTube, a little video clip, or maybe it's TikTok. It's called My Dog is a Democrat, and it's incredibly funny. You get a chance, look it up and give it a listen. Hey, Mueller. Good to see you. To be fair, he did spend some time following me with the dolly this morning, providing a little security, perimeter security overwatch, if you will. So I guess I owe him that much. You know, I was sitting here sharing my story with you guys, and it dawned on me, I missed a really good point I could have made with the nitwit about the insurance or the interest rates. You know, we saw record low interest for the past 2 or 3 years. What was it, 3.5%? In my lifetime, I've never seen the interest for a mortgage is that low. And what I should have asked him was, you keep saying that the interest rates are too high. Why didn't you buy something when it was at 3.5? But I'm certain his rebuttal would have been, well, the prices were too high too. I'm like, they want this perfect storm. They want cheap prices and cheap money, and they want everything to be a slam dunk. And it's like, sometimes in life, everything isn't just a home run. Sometimes you got to live with a base hit, you know, or consistent base hits. It'd be the same thing. I told him, I said, in 10 fucking years, you'll be singing the same song. Prices are too high. Interest is too high. I should have bought 10 years ago. Well, that's today. Well, that's funny, Twisty. See what you did there. Absolutely, Dynamite. Better to be on first base than riding the pine. My favorite part with those guys, Mike, is when I'm giving them a very polite argument that counters their foolish statements, and they say shit like, well, you're just disconnected. I'm like, what does that have to do with anything? I'm giving you some facts, and the best you can do is that, and again, I'm like, how does he know I'm disconnected? And it shows you're dealing with people who have the brain power of a fucking tree stump. I'm like, I'm not disconnected, motherfucker. I'm more connected than you'll ever be. Of course, I don't say that to him. I probably should. That's not going to win hearts and minds. But I bought my very first piece of commercial real estate. Not my first house buying you, but commercial. And I couldn't even get a loan on it because I didn't have bad credit. I just had no credit. And I was young. I was a military airman with no rank, so I didn't really have a good income. But what I did find is somebody who was willing to sell me the property on a land contract. It was essentially rent to own. And I gave them some money down, a couple $1,000s, which they said if I pissed backwards on the deal, I lose the money. So instantly they can't lose with me. They're going to make the, you know, and then they charge me the maximum amount for the property. I didn't get any kind of a fucking deal or a discount. I probably paid 10% more than anything that was for sale at the time. But what they did do is they let me make payments. So instead of being a renter, every time I made them a payment, I was paying down a little bit of what I owed on it. Now, they charged me a crazy interest too. They fucked my eyes out on the interest. But what happened was after I made about 2 years worth of payments, my banker who realized it, he saw the checks going through and he's like, you're writing these checks every month for that real estate. He's like, how would you like me to just make you a bank loan on that? And now we're running. So he gave me a better interest rate. He lowered my payments, stretched it out over a couple years. And I went and paid the old lady off, that old woman that had the property, and she lost her mind. I went in, I'm like, I need to know how much I owe you. I had all my receipts. She totaled it all up. She's like, you're really going to pay this off? I'm like, yeah. She was used to people paying for a couple of years and just walking away. But my banker, yeah, I paid the loan off, and then I had a regular mortgage on it. But I'll cut to the money shot. I paid fucking 20 grand for those lots. And I think about 6 or 8 years later, I sold those things for like 80 grand a piece. I mean, again, but you can't tell that to all these fucking know-it-alls on the internet, because for one, it's too much to type. And then furthermore, I'm just like, you're never going to make them see the light anyhow. But interest rates, but high prices, but high prices. I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. You got it. You got all the fucking answers. Why am I wasting my time with you? Exactly, Andrew. First house I bought on the water, first big substantial home, not my first house, but the first sure enough house that I bought on the water. When my friends found out what I was paying for it, every one of them made fun of me. I was the butt of jokes. My military buddies, you got fucked. I can't believe you paid that. God damn, you paid too much. And then in order for us to get a payment that we could live with, Mrs. Pirate and I had to put a whole bunch of money down. We had to put like 50 grand down. So we sold like my motorcycle, our four-wheelers, little camper, my fishing boat. We took our savings and we walked in and we put 50 grand down on this place. Once again, everybody telling me how dumb I was, how I got skinned, you know, and we paid $250,000 for a house with 50 grand down on it. And then about, I don't know, years later, we ended up selling that thing for north of $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. I'm like, they're never around for that part though. All the big mouths, all the big talkers, all the financial geniuses who say, well, you paid too much, or it was too expensive, you could have got a better deal, you know. Some people just can't be fucking helped. Greg Nation says they can't come up with a logical response, so they start with you're disconnected, you're racist. That's exactly right, BNS. That is precisely how it goes. They're trying to say, they're spouting all this foolishness, and then in the kindest way I can muster, I say, listen, you're doing a disservice to people, because the information you're putting out isn't accurate, and you could probably cause somebody to miss an opportunity. Let me explain to you why you're wrong, and let me show you. I have real life practical experience in this, and let me share some of what I've done with you and how it really works in real life. And then immediately it's like, you're just disconnected. You're just a boomer. You don't know anything. I'm like, okay, I can't help you. There's nothing I can do for you. You got it. You know it all. You got all the answers. Rage on, dude. I promise you, if you check back in with these dumbasses in 20 years, they'll be right where they're at right now. Yeah, Andrew says, I love it though when someone asks, how can I do what you did? That's the best. No time for naysayers. Exactly, Andrew. Those are the people that I seek out. If it's 1 in 10,000, I'll feel like I've won. Because if I can be a good influence on that one person and somewhere down the road his life is better because of it, then I feel like I've been a force for good. And I need all the karma I can get. I've done some shitty things as a young man. My karmic debt is really lopsided. So I need to spend the next 20 years being as good a person as I can, and more importantly, helping as many people as I can, asking nothing in return. And even then, it's going to be hard for me to even balance the scales, but I'm going to try. That's the way, Break Nation. Yeah, exactly, Mike. They'll still be paying rent to a guy like me. They'll still be leasing cars from Ford or General Motors or Honda. Most of the ones that I engage, they're so eager to try to either outthink me or display their abilities to debate instead of trying to learn to try to pick up what I'm giving them. They never even ask the right question. I've never had a single one of them ask me, when I tell them, look, stop thinking about interest rates. The interest rates don't matter. Not a single one of those motherfuckers ever asked me how. That you think a smart person would be like, well, how did you do that, dude? Because everybody I talk to says you go to the bank, you borrow money, and you go buy an Airbnb. I'm like, wrong. You couldn't be more fucking wrong. And they're like, well, the math don't add up on that. You can't. I'm like, no, the math doesn't add up because that's an idiot's way of going about it. But not a single motherfucker said one time, well, how did you do it? Because that's a tell, because they're really not interested in learning. They just want to argue how that it's impossible for them, and they can tell you all the reasons why it's impossible for them. You get back into a whole lot of the lifestyle conversations like, well, let's start. What, do you have good credit? Or are you one of these people that cheats people? Are you one of those people that borrows money and then refuses to pay it back or honor your word? See, if you go down that path, you'll find a whole bunch of them fall into that basket. So you're like, before we can get into this, how you can get rich in real estate or whatever, let's talk about how you approach business from a moral standpoint, you know? And then that'll wipe out a whole bunch of them right there, because no one took the time to pull them aside as a youngster and say, you need to honor your word. If you make an agreement with somebody, you need to keep it. Even if you make a bad agreement, you agreed do X and you need to follow through on that. So then now you have yourself where you have a good credit that allows you to even use a loan if you need be. And then the second thing I always tell them is, how about working double shifts, working weekends, overtime, side hustle, and then forego all the vacations, the new cars, the expensive Christmases, and maybe make a moonshot effort to save some money, to save as much money as you can to buy your first modest little piece of shit house and start from there. They want to jump way forward in the process. It's all about, how can I get a beautiful condo and have cheap payments and then rent it out and get rich? Like, you're getting way ahead of yourself. Yeah, it's the same bunch that calls Elon Musk a moron. I don't worship Elon Musk. I'm not some fanboy that hangs on his every word. I don't really pay a lot of attention to what he's doing, other than since he's got involved in politics here lately. But I know enough about the man to know that he's extraordinary. So when you have people that point to somebody like Elon Musk and accuse him of being literally using the word moron, you say to yourself, man, that says more about the person saying it than it does about Elon Musk. You know, right then and there, you're dealing with somebody who's clearly, they're just not very smart. Try to remind myself to take it in context, because a lot of the same ones who will call Elon Musk a moron, they're doing so just because he is thrown in with Trump. If he had just stayed in his world, his multi-billion-dollar, multi-business owner world, he wouldn't be catching any of the flack that's coming his direction now. So it's similar to the way that they called Trump a racist the very minute he ran as a Republican and a conservative. Up till then, he was the darling of Oprah Winfrey and all of them. They all sucked his dick until the very moment he became a Republican. And then instantly, they started painting him with all the foolishness. Elon Musk is the same way. And now that he's become an existential threat to the big government welfare system, they hate him like no other, because he stands in the way of their money going forward. So it's logical. But I do think it's interesting that the same people who want to talk all sorts of shit about Elon Musk think that Bernie Sanders is somehow the next coming of Christ. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't know how any person who has any brain power can sit down logically and look at those two men and not see two completely different personality types and what they stand for. Speaking of Elon, I guess Trump is holding his first cabinet meeting, and he's got Elon there addressing the people in the room about what he's doing, and the left are losing their fucking minds that Elon is in a cabinet meeting, but he's not a been confirmed member of the administration. They missed the whole point that Donald Trump is the fucking big boss, and if the big boss says that Howdy Doody and a rodeo clown is coming into the meeting, you need to give the rodeo clown a chair. These guys they act like Elon Musk is just barging into these meetings uninvited. It's the silliest concept. I finished Mrs. Pirate's roast beef sandwich, and that means I got to go carry a few more items. I'll see you all in about 10 or 15 minutes. Be back when I can. I learned another valuable lesson class about engaging these people on Twitter and X. The first thing I need to do is look at their bio and read it. I got some guy on here telling me how preaching the exact opposite of what I believe about real estate. First thing I figure out, I go back and look at his bio. He's a liberal from Colorado. I mean, it speaks for itself. You know, human rights activist and all this other shit. I'm like, I get it. I see who I'm dealing with now. I should have looked right off the bat and saved myself the trouble. But their housing affordability graphs, I'm like, okay. So I gave him the last word, blocked him, and moved on. Yeah, when their bio says shit like they're a spiritualist, ghost hunter, all that wackadoodle shit, I'm like, God damn it. I thought I was talking to a normal person here. I didn't realize I was. So I'm learning. Before I ever waste so much as a sentence on some of these people, I need to look and see who I'm dealing with. Have a safe trip, Nana. She's so cute. You go around the side with your wheelbarrow and she runs to the front door to watch you. And then you come back around here and she comes back. on your head. I'll keep an eye out for him. What's left out there? Just furniture, tools. Good girl. So just furniture then. And tile. Pavers. I got half these done over here for the plumbing ditch. Jesse flying today.
She's explored, man. She's like, I got all kinds of stuff to climb on now.
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Rope a dope so, oh ha ha. Very so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? STD, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Let's say, why are you so mad?
Beautiful out there, ain't it? Look at all the shoes. Look at all those shoes.
Yep.
Well, class, Mrs. Pirate and I got it done. I took some pictures for you. Put it in the Pirate Hideaway or Pirate General, my Discord General. If you'd like to see what it looks like before they start digging tomorrow. Everything is gone. All the furniture, planter pots. We still have some old decking tile to take up, but I'm trying to leave some of it down to the last minute so we don't have to walk through the sand. But if you get bored, there are some pictures there for your enjoyment.
Good job, Pirate. Looks like you're a glutton. You're a glutton for work, or what?
Man, my entire life I've been trying to get out of work.
I know.
I hate work. I'm actually lazy at my core.
I know. I'm lazy.
I think if I work really hard, I can get done, and then I don't have to work anymore. But it doesn't work out that way.
So you work fast so you can rest more, right?
I try to, but
yeah. Well, that's good. That's why I try to work fast because I don't like to work. So I work fast and I can sit on my ass for
Yep. Me too. Get it over with. I just want to be done with it.
Exactly.
They're supposed to be here at 7 o'clock tomorrow with the equipment to start the excavation, but Mrs. Pirate said, now we got rain. It figures. We haven't had a drop of rain here in a while now that it matters. But that's the way it goes.
That's true. Workaround. I was seeing if I thought was Preacher on. Was he doing any live stream or no?
They're splitting the days up. Preacher's doing some days.
Okay.
GrayLeaf does some days, and Papa Mac does someone. So between the three of them, they're like taking turns. So nobody has to do it all the time.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if anybody was streaming.
Right now, it's GrayLeaf. The stream
is GrayLeaf streaming?
GrayLeaf. Yeah.
I don't think I have
all morning.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's doing like I think Fridays and Wednesdays.
Oh, okay.
Papa Mac's doing Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Tuesdays, Thursday. Okay.
And then Preacher's doing, I guess, Mondays and.
So how do I get to GrayLeaf's? How do I get to that stream?
Just go to YouTube and type in
GrayLeaf.
Just type in AMC Live, and it'll.
AMC Live.
There's only going to be 2 or 3. I don't think anybody's live.
Okay.
But if you just go to YouTube and do a search for AMC Live,
okay,
you'll see her. It'll pop up.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Brian GrayLeaf put a link for you in the Discord General. Same place where I just put those pictures of the construction work. So she was kind enough just to put a link in there if you have trouble finding it. I must confess, GrayLeaf, I think I prefer the aquarium. I enjoy the Serengeti or the African safari stuff, but because it's infrared and with the bugs and the black and white, although the elephants are far more interesting, I think the overall with the color of the fish and all that, I think it's much more relaxing. Excuse me. Yeah, I went out there to try to take some pictures for you guys, and he follows me everywhere I go. So there you have it. He thinks he's a rock star. Yeah, they've got a nice assortment of fish there. Grouper, shark. Looks like there's a drum, black drum. That big grouper, he'd make a nice meal. All you got to do is gut him, stuff his belly cavity full of garlic and onions, and put him on the grill. Let him cook about 15 minutes on each side, and then take him off the grill, lay him on a picnic table, and he'll just bust open. You can have at it.
Do you like shark?
No, I don't. I've had shark before. I don't care for it. It's not particularly. It's kind of rubbery tasting.
Yeah.
There's a joke about shark. Guys say that they won't eat anything that pisses through its skin. You know, a shark apparently doesn't urinate. I guess it exudes through its skin, but that's just a joke they tell among the fishermen. But yeah, I'm not particularly fond of shark. It's not really something that's good to eat.
I agree.
I'm not a fish snob. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I love just about anything that swims, but some of that stuff's just too hard to.
Yeah. I've tried. It's not great. I've tried it.
Yep.
Just wondering. I was just wondering how Florida people thought about it.
Yep. They're not really edible. They don't consider them edible. There's a few fish that people won't eat. Bluefish. You catch the bluefish, they'll come through in clouds, thousands, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of fish at a time. And they're fun to catch because they fight, and then they'll bite anything that's shiny, and you can catch them one right after another. It's good to take kids to catch them, but they're not worth a damn to eat. And there's some others.
Like triggerfish.
Now, I like triggerfish. See, a lot of people say, triggerfish used to be considered trash, but I eat the fuck out of triggerfish. We used to catch them 2 at a time, bottom fishing. And hell, we catch 400 or 500 pounds at a time between 4 or 5 of us and bring them home. But yeah, there's a lot of people who turn their nose up at triggerfish, but I enjoy it.
I think because they're so bony or.
Yeah, they're bony.
They taste good, but they're real bony.
If you catch enough of them, though, you can fillet them, and it's not a big deal.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They do taste good.
Jack Crevalle. You can catch some Jack Crevalle, and they're really big, and they fight. They're like a massive fighter. They're a hard fish to catch, but they ain't worth a damn to eat either. So there's a few species that you don't want to fool around with.
No.
I like amberjack. I like grouper.
Yeah,
everybody loves
grouper.
Red snapper or any kind of snapper, mango snapper, mangrove. All of those. I like grouper. Yep, I like grouper.
And was it
cobia
kingfish
or ling?
Maybe a kingfish,
king mackerels. King mackerel's good.
Those are great. Yeah.
Speckled trout's good.
Mm-hmm.
Spanish mackerel's good.
I haven't had that. I've had kingfish. It's really good.
Mahi or dolphin.
Mahi. Yeah, dolphin.
That's a delicacy if you're fortunate to catch those.
Yeah. I've never had dolphin. I don't know if that's legal to catch. I don't know.
I don't even know. I don't know anybody that's ever ate it. They're a mammal, so I don't.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of anybody eating them. I'm sure somebody has somewhere along the line.
Yeah. I bet Pro Jeweler has.
Wintertime, they catch sheep's head, looks like a zebrafish, black and white stripes. Those are very good to eat. We don't have snook around here. That's more down south. We don't have tarpon. We get some tarpon here, but not anything like they do down south. We don't have parrotfish here, some of the stuff that they have down in the Keys, but there's plenty of stuff to eat, though.
Oh, yeah.
A red snapper. It's very tasty.
How'd you like the earnings call? It was pretty good, huh? Yesterday?
Yeah, it was all right. No surprises.
Yeah.
The main thing I look for is to see that each successive quarter is better than the last.
Right.
That's all I need to know. I know my money's safe.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean we're going to squeeze in 30 days. It doesn't mean anything. All I need to know is that my money's not dead money. And if the company's not bankrupt, then my shares will be just fine. So if each quarter the numbers get better and better, then eventually that has to that has to be reflected. That has to be reflected in the company's checking account, and
absolutely
they'll come around. So
onward and upward. Okay, well, I just wanted to drop in and say hi and find out where GrayLeaf was. I found GrayLeaf, so that's cool. I'm gonna drop off and go eat lunch, I guess.
All right.
I'll talk to you guys later. All right, have a good one.
Bye bye. You know, GrayLeaf, that's kind of deceiving when you see 23 or 25 viewers. What I've learned, and it varies obviously from streamer to streamer, but with our group, whether it's Preacher or Papa Mac or myself or whatever, most folks only stay 15 minutes to a half an hour. So what you have is you have a turnover. So you may have a grand total of 100 or as many 200 different viewers, but they'll only stay for half an hour at a time. It's kind of interesting. Go in and look at your analytics and see. Kind of cool. You see how long the average person stays, how many people come for the first time, all that sort of thing. I know it's a little chilly for you, but I'd give anything if it would stay that temperature out there year round. You like it out there today? Yeah, it's nice.
Diesel, don't you go out there.
He wants to go Hawaii. Can't see him.
Diesel, come.
He's right there.
Good boy.
I'm a good doggy.
Run faster than. Big blast in them. Sharper them. Run faster than. Big blast in them. Sharper them.
Well, I got another project. I got to pull that light out. That's a $600 light. And Jesse and I are going to repurpose that for a fishing light. That's easy peasy though. Supper time rolls around tonight. You think you or one of the boys can get me some of that Chinese from that place I've been wanting to try down there? That's what I would like.
Got ourselves a little hate candle there. Yeah, Nana, probably X-Lax. He's selling. He sold it. He dumped his position. I need to do a poll, GrayLeaf. I need to find out. While I've got all these ditches and everything, before I put the brand new patio pavers down, I have a gas line right here, natural gas for my fireplace and the outdoor grill. What do you guys think? Should I tee off on that and bury some pipes while it's easy? Because the ditches are open. And then maybe later on add some tiki torches around the pool? Or do you think that would look tacky? I did a search for natural gas tiki torches. I thought it might look cool, kind of like something you'd see in the Bahamas or something like that, maybe the Polynesian Islands. Mrs. Pirate, she's concerned about what they'll look like during the day when they're not lit, because it's essentially just a black pipe that comes up out of the ground, and it has, they have all sorts of different heads you can buy for the top. But I thought maybe, one at each corner of the deck, and maybe a total of 4. But she kind of gave me the stink eye. I don't know. I guess I could just bury the pipes in the ground and stub them up and cap them off and deal with it later. Yeah, Papa Mac, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I've seen these new water features. They have flames incorporated on the edges, and we don't have a water feature. I've destroyed the waterfall. But I just thought now that, these ditches are open. All I got to do is buy some black gas pipe, a couple T fittings. At a minimum, I can just throw them in the ditch, dub them up where the tiki torches would go in the future, and just cap them off and deal with it then. But like I said, during the day, they'll just be, of course, there'll be a railing there anyhow, so it's not like they're going to stick out too much. Put a link in the Pirate Born Discord general. I just did a quick search. It said natural. They got all kinds of the cheap tiki torches you put the citronella gas in. But I'm talking about something that's a little more elegant. Once the handrail goes up along that whole seawall, you already have the handrail that comes up. So the only difference is that on the 2 corners, there'll be a pipe that sticks up another, 3 or 4 feet, and it will have the tiki head on top of it. We used to carry a bundle of the cheap, like Walmart tiki torches that are made out of bamboo, and they just had like a little thing. It was like a beer can. You filled it up with citronella oil, and it had a wick in it like you'd use for hurricane lamps. And when we would go camping in our RV, we would set those up in the evening And it added a little bit of ambiance to it, the little flames dancing, and then of course the citronella helped keep the mosquitoes away. But I just thought it would look kind of cool because you see them a lot at like high-end resorts and stuff around their pools and common areas and stuff. So yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and invest in the pipe for now. Even if we never use them, at least a pipe will be in the ground. I'm just trying to strike while the iron's hot. Once all these brand new pavers go down and all that is done, it's finished, there won't be no more adding on. So if I want to run any kind of underground electric wire or underground water lines or underground gas lines, now's the time to do it because it's easy. Yeah, Andrew, I remember McMillan. I can hit the old Home Depot up though. They sell 10-foot sticks of gas pipe. It's already threaded on both ends. All you need is some unions, a couple teeth, some pipe dope, and a couple caps. Because like I said, I'm just going to cap them off for right now. And then once all this madness settles down and we get the pool finished and the patio pavers are done and the hand railings back up, then I can go back later on and just install the tiki torches. I think I'm going to, Mrs. Pirate gave her blessing. She said she didn't care either way, so I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. I mean, who doesn't like fire, man? Fire's cool. Trying to push AMC down below $3 again. Certainly looks like it, doesn't it? Down to $3.23. Good night, Muller. Excuse me.
Yeah, just take it over, John. Or you can take it out, just let them take that. And the sun.
Grab you some gloves. That tire's dirty, Jeff. Don't get your hands dirty.
What's up, D-Gens?
Hey, buddy.
How are you, Pirate?
Store, man. I feel like I've been rode hard and put away wet.
Go ahead with it. What you been doing?
It's working.
Yeah. Any news today? I see Bitcoin's falling hard.
I've been in and out all day. We're moving the last of our furniture and stuff, getting ready for the excavation for the pool. So I've been kind of busy today. So.
Right. I've been kind of predisposed for the past couple of weeks. I did catch part of the earnings call yesterday before I had to deal with family stuff. When will they start on your pool?
Supposed to start digging tomorrow.
Oh. Will you have a, maybe you've touched on this, I just hadn't heard it. Will it be bigger and better than what you had before or comparable?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Wait. It's like 5 times bigger.
Nice.
Yeah, we're pretty excited.
So were you able to keep the pump and all that kind of stuff, or everything's going to be brand new?
No, I demoed the entire thing. Everything that was here was over 20 years old.
Right.
Salt water had rotted it all out. Hell, I'd done replaced the motor on it twice in the last 10 years.
Right.
It was all junk.
Right. Well, good. Hey, did your family ever settle on a car? I know there was a great car debate there for a while. Did that ever?
No, we got so involved with this pool. They're still they're using my truck, my old red truck, and then we got that minivan. It was kind of like our little family beater. So
Yeah.
we spruced it up a little bit, and they're just kind of running around in it for right now.
Yeah, that's all right.
My youngest, that's still in college, his car, he still has his car, and but my oldest, and then the wife and I were kind of just sharing that minivan until we figure out what's going on.
Right. I had a family member just buy a Honda Passport, and they're pretty happy with it.
Yeah, those are pretty nice. Those are very nice. I like Honda product.
Yeah. Yep.
anything I've ever bought from Honda has worked as advertised. And I've had a bunch of shit. 4-wheelers, dirt bikes, street motorcycles, pumps, small engines, little pressure washers, you name it, all the way up into, I had a buddy that had Honda outboard engines on a fishing boat. Everything they make is bulletproof.
Right. My wife has a Honda Accord. Trust me, she does a number on it, but it's done pretty good. It does burn a little bit of oil, but supposedly they do that a little bit when they get a little higher mileage. So I do a more frequent oil change.
Yep.
What's the weather down there today? It's like 72 up here.
Yeah, it's beautiful down here. I think she said, Miss Bart said it was, 70 or something, but the feels like temperature is like 80. There's no wind. And the sun it's clear skies and blue. So it's beautiful. It's a Chamber of Commerce day.
Damn, that'd be a good day to be out on my kayak fishing. There ain't no wind.
Yeah.
I expect the water's probably cold. Yeah, I don't want any more snow, but I have a feeling that we're going to get hit at least one more time with snow. Historically, we get a little bit here in Virginia in early March. It's not unheard of.
Excuse me. That's it. Did it. That's all, folks.
Drop up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Rope a dope so, oh ha ha. Jerry was so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? S-T-D, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you've got no game. And say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Then say, why are you so mad? Oh, 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 ha, oh. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? S-T-D, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. And say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry?
clown show of the market where the trading candles glow. We gather our strength, ready for the show. Loyal to each other, we rise up, no fear. Together we're a force, the apes, we are here. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all the apes are with me. In this jungle of stocks, we find unity. Ken Griffin lied, but we won't back down. In this wild roller coaster, we're taking his crown. Have you heard about Melvin Capital? Their report card was not passable. KC every day. Papa Mac, Preacher, Pirate, GrayLeaf, we're here to slay. Adam Aaron rides with us, with wisdom so bright. Cash is king in this ape revolution, we're ready to fight. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family. I got all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Crayons in our pockets, we're sharing the ride. Bananas in our hands with respect as our guide. Caring for each other through thick and thin. In this epic adventure, we know we will win. Popcorn in the air, we're ready for some fun. With every single trade, together we will run. The apes together strong, we'll soar high above. Through the highs and the lows, it's AMC we love. We were born in the chaos, rising up so free. Holding tight like we're meant to be. We are family, all my apes with me. In this circus of stocks, we find unity. Like birds of a feather, our flock is forever. Diamond Hand Apes can handle that weather. Apes together strong, we'll all take a stand. Together we're invincible, hand in hand. Hold on tight, hold on tight.